everybody, and welcome back to Known Realms Tolesh. Before we dive in, let's introduce our players. We are obviously down one Lou, one Dolores, but do not fret. She will be back next week. You guys can go ahead and find Lou at Luzeria_art on all social media. Please check her out, or I don't know, I'll be upset about it. All right, moving on. Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I'm Echinacea Belrose, the Aasimar wizard who probably thinks that they fucked up their friend. When I'm not on this channel, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, I play Sugar Pea in Outlaws of Alkenstar, and I play Amanita in New World Rebellion.
Ooh, you cut out a little bit.
I know.
Oh no!
Button's cutting out.
Is it? Hold up.
It might be the,
That's me. Someone else continue. I'm figuring it out.
Angie!
Hi, everybody. My name is Angie Agonethetic on the internet. They, them pronouns. I play Zio Marino, he, they pronouns, who is back home and coming full circle with so much that has happened up till now. And lots of things are happening, and it's only going to get more from me. It's gonna get more from here. So you can find me every Sunday, of course. And also I do want to direct you guys over to a channel called Dicescape, specifically over on this upcoming May 15th, so a month from now, for the last Arcanist origin stories, a Daggerheart TTRPG actual play that is going to be releasing in a month with 6 consecutive origin stories. And you might be seeing me in one of those. So, very excited. Come check us out.
Do it!
Yeah.
Do it or else. Button, give me a couple more words.
I'm talking. I figured it out. I had the wrong mic in our Google Meets.
Now you sound so quiet.
You sound so quiet.
My device properties are up to 100.
Ooh.
Sounds like a different mic.
What wrong?
Before I introduce myself, we're going to do a quick break screen to check tech. 1 second.
Check.
It was going to be a quick check tech. Okay. I'm Alec, my pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet, Tales Archived. I'm the Archivist here for Known Realms Tolesh, and when I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions. I play Fenris in Heroes of Syria Unearthed Inheritance. I also play Nrim in New World Rebellion, Little Chronicler Spirit in the Vows. Yeah. Thank you guys for joining us. Button, you have our recap this week, correct?
I do. If my mic fucks me on this, I'm going to be so mad.
I know your mic sounds perfect.
Okay.
But it's like, what if I fought God?
It's the plan.
That's the plan.
We find Echinacea penning what has already been a lengthy letter, as what Angie recapped last week is the first half of said letter within their spellbook to Igni and Pharos. We pick up right in the middle of the day's events that constitute the beginning of our last session. Then Dolores awoke from her nap screaming, having dreamed of falling, allegedly, at least. I need to get her a means of flight as soon as possible. Wit brought Lorien and Dorlin to Takul. Apparently Zio knew he would and decided not to tell me. I normally hate surprises, but this was an exception, especially since Wit offered to bring them himself. That's progress. Dorlin set himself straight to work in the Merino household, while Wit had a tense meeting with Iolis and Xiomara. I imagine they don't take terribly kindly to inviting in a man who's been so opposed to their child. For his part, Lorien stayed close to me and listened to the plights of the past few days with his characteristic reassurance. He insists he will be well enough soon to help me fight the Magus Arcanum. It's a beautiful dream, and I want him by my side, but I am loath to try and push his progress. Good things take time. So for now, I'm going to let him teach Dorlin magic in the comfort and safety of Ilinbel for as long as possible. Anyway, Iolas showed us a secret project that he and Io have been working on. A tree house in the backyard of the Xiomara home. Xiomara home? No, Merino home. It's really hers anyway. Zio seemed touched by its creation, and not really annoyed that Io and Iolas had kept it a secret. Dolores and I raced to the top of the treehouse to take in the view of the Scorched Isle, with the sea and Mother's Heart in the distance. Dolores' flames are strange, and Zio seems to have a better insight into how they work. But they didn't burn the flower that I tucked behind her ear. I wonder what that's about. Anyway, below, Zio and Wit talked. I wasn't there for the conversation, but I imagine Zio informed Wit about the presence of Coletra and Glacia's forces pressing into the island. It seems like they've also come to a greater understanding regarding Wit's actions at the windmill back in Lockhinge. It appears Ulma has been using insights from growing up with Zio to wage battle against my party member. Zio also seemed a touch flustered by the engagement. I don't know what that's about. We then reconvened in the treehouse to plan Zio's engagement with Isterus. Wit suggested moving stealthily, but cooler heads prevailed when Helitis maintained that we should approach Isterus with openness and honesty despite any ire with which Isterus might approach us. Zio reiterated their intent to offer Isterus a means of healing his Tarnakum sickness. I zoomed out. One moment.
I was like, oh, they're interested. Nope. Okay, got it. I zoomed out.
Zio reiterated their intent to offer Isterus a means of healing his Tarnakum sickness, and the group agreed with my suggestion that we offer Isterus aid in dealing with the Magus Arcanum at Sunwall, with the caveat that the civilians of that city remain unharmed by Isterus's wrath. The suggestion did not seem to surprise Lorien, which strikes me only because my suggestion surprised myself. I have been an advocate for life above all things, yet here I am suggesting that we aid Isterus in the murder of these mages. I surprise myself, and yet I feel no compunction, only the clear light of purpose, the knowledge that while any are imprisoned, none are truly free. It is the light not of life, but of freedom in this life that now lights my path. We moved to the shore. With Zio, Helitis, and Wit safely warded from death, Zio stepped forward alone to speak to Isterus. The Famar emerged from the earth to step along the sand, meeting Zio in the same place where Zio had not long ago become his warlock. Isterus was biting, as Helitis warned he would be. He taunted Zio for Nivian and Sur's absences, taunted him for dying after losing his warlock pact, insisted on Zio's ignorance, verified that the Magus Arcanum is using primordials to fuel the magic utilized in imprisonment. Zio held firm and true, even as Isterus loomed over them. I kept Dolores and Wit from attacking Isterus there and then, imploring them to trust Zio. They did, and that trust proved warranted. Calm, tempered fury, and brought it to balance, as Zio convinced Isterus to aid him, Wit, and the party against Coletra and Glacia. he agreed to accept treatment for Tarnakum's sickness, and at Dolores and my own prompting, we made our offer to move upon the mages of Sunwall. From one gardener to another, Isteris accepted. Isteris now has one of my bookmarks to keep in contact, and I intend to use it. Wit, for his part, assured Isteris that he wants to live, and that he will face Kaletra and Glacia in order to be able to do so. Isteris gave Zio a means of keeping in contact as well, and upon his departure, Isteris admitted that he was impressed by how greatly Zio had grown. With that, Isteris departed on the wind. Then Casimir reached out to let me know that he'd be teleporting soon. Failing to mention that he would be bringing Lucian, I let him know that our plans to move against Sunwall alongside Isteris are set into motion. We returned to the Merino home. Dolores and Wit seemed to bond over their shared impulse to meet violence with violence. Zio assembled all the bards, Lorien, Wit, Aedwulf, and provided them with instruments. Listening to Lorien reliving the first memory I ever recovered, while listening to Aedwulf play alongside him, it's one of the most precious sounds to my ears. Wit joined them on the drums, and Dolores lifted her voice in song. It was resplendent. And then lightning struck as Casimir teleported in as loudly and startlingly as possible, with Kaelin, Asandro, Io, and Lucian in tow. Our reunions were tearful and long. Lorien, in seeing Kaelin and Lucian interacting, felt the pangs of Thandaril's absence in his life. Though Kervaith's influence over Thandaril bars me from reuniting the two, I assured Lorien that one day the two will see each other again. Isandra was introduced to Zio's parents with none of Wit's hitches. Wit, by the way, received a mysterious letter from Zio. I'll have to pester them about that later. Dolores and Io fell into hushed conversation, which I did my best not to listen on. I can guess the subject matter easily enough, given Io's inability to return to Wilkes. I did start listening when it was revealed that Elizabeth Whitmore is at it again. It turns out she tricked Io into gifting Dolores a scrying sensor. I will be selling the damn thing as soon as possible. Upon discovering that scry spell, I also discovered that one of the two enchantments cast upon Dolores had not been dispelled, but completed. The other, a modify memory spell, remained. As the night set in, we squirreled away to Dolores' room to restore her memories to her. I knew well the pain of an uncertain absence in the mind. I cast greater restoration upon Dolores, and watched as she somehow transformed. That is all Echinacea knows, but as a quick TLDR, it is worth noting that at the end of the session, it was revealed that Dolores was one of the agents of the Blade Brother, sent to stray Whistle from his path. She was successful, prompting her transformation class to set in. We also learned that the Fey Queen Koliada, the one enchanted by the god Kervaith to kill the line of Larethian, including her own descendants, including Lorien, has set her soldiers to the task of bringing Echinacea back to her. But Echinacea doesn't know that, and it doesn't make it into the letter, and I'm sure that they'll be fine.
I'm sure everything will be fine. Button, a well-deserved inspiration point. Thank you for that wonderful and thorough recap. We pick up that same night as a successful greater restoration has been cast on Dolores, and you both see Dolores racked with pain, her hands shooting to her head, just gripping her temples as tightly as possible, as if to try and keep her head in one stationary place. Without much time, Dolores falls, completely landing flat on her back and wrapping around her, stemming from that wound, that not gilded, but that metal-laced wound, that crescent moon on her temple. Liquid metal just begins to form around her, creating this sort of fractured chrysalis. She is completely wrapped, almost looking like an embalmed mummy, stuck to the ground, completely
what?
encased.
What?
What?
What happened?
I don't know. I cast Greater Restoration. Echinacea casts Identify on the cocoon.
Okay. You get the School of Magic with Identify, not a specific spell.
No, that's Detect Magic. Identify. Sorry.
No.
I learn what... Please. Sorry, it started loading.
No, it's okay.
I choose one object that I must touch throughout the casting of the spell. That's the cocoon.
Yep.
If it is a magic item or some other magic-imbued object, I learn its properties and how to use them. I learn whether any spells are affecting the item and what they are. If the item was created by a spell, I learn which spell created it.
Okay. I will say this is a result, not the direct result of a spell, but you do get, given its origin, I want to honor the fact that you are going to get the spell Gaius. That this seems to be a result of that completion that you sensed not a few minutes before. That spell comes rushing to your mind as you get a pretty potent sense of transmutation magic here. A particular spell, there is none. This seems to just be like a hosting chrysalis. Dolores is shifting somehow, changing.
Zio.
What happened? What's going on with her?
Transmutation. Change.
What does that mean? What do you mean a transmutation change? And Zio's gonna try and pull at whatever the stuff is. Oh, you're quiet.
Can't hear you.
I'm muted. You try to pull at it. It does not move. It is pure metal. It's like trying to pull iron apart. Like it just doesn't work.
Mm-hmm. I think Zio's fingers, like their claws, kind of scrape against it, and you hear the yeah, that sound. This is
Zio.
It's metal. What is it?
Someone cast Chaos on Dolores.
What does that mean?
It is profound enchantment magic. It's evil. It compels a person toward a single action. Echinacea, you watch as they get a faraway look for a moment as they remember, for seemingly no reason, Dolores bleeding from the nose, taking sudden, it seemed, mental injury. And it punishes a person who fights against that suggestion, that directive.
Is this a punishment? Why is this... Is Dolores being punished?
I don't know. This is not how the magic usually works, but I have seen the magic of mages whose powers transcend that of classical understanding. This may be something new. I don't believe it is a part of a traditional chaos, but it's clearly connected.
Do you think that maybe Casimir might have an answer to this?
Screaming so loud, nothing comes through on Button's mic. That's when you know Echinacea's fucking spooked. Okay. You scream for Casimir's name. As described at the end of last session, the windows are open. So,
Mhm.
um,
Are we in?
You're in the
Are
treehouse.
we in the? We're in the treehouse. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay.
Because you guys had left after people started
It was just.
relaxing and
Yeah.
unwinding after dinner and drinks. You
It was
guys
just
had,
the three of us.
it was just the three of you.
Okay.
After about 3 minutes, maybe not even, there is a up the stairs as Casimir just. What happened? What
No,
the hell is this?
chaos. She had a chaos cast on her, but this doesn't make sense. This thing. This cocoon.
Give me a moment. You both see as Casimir's hands shift over this cocoon as he looks to you, Echinacea. What did you cast? Identify?
Yes. After it, I had just cast Greater Restoration, and then it happened. And then I identified it.
This is... You can see he's sitting and just focusing on the magic here. This is unlike anything I've seen before. It's magic similar to something like transmutation, altering the state of something, which I'm sure you know. But it's older than any magic I've ever seen.
Older? How can...
ring? Yeah. Older. And Zio will go to the window. And then essentially just call out for Helitis.
Okay. Got it. Kind of the same thing, a couple of minutes pass, but on as Helitis is making his way up, Casimir just... Magic has a particular sequence. And modern day mages, and modern being history we understand, history we know, post-Divanthir Empire history, has a certain look, a certain sequence. This does not have that. This is raw and it's more close to Whistle's magic. That metallurgy that is, well, known from the Divanthir Empire.
Okay. Yeah. Whistle. Not Whistle. Wow. Zio will wait until Helitis gets
Okay.
back.
Yeah.
Here.
What was that button?
Just, Echinacea will say Divanthir.
Yes.
It originated from a crescent-shaped wound on her temple. We saw Dolores absorb a degree of metal which may have been touched with Tarnakum. Is it possible that...
Is this Tarnakum?
You guys, you guys would know that this is not the same. Actually, give me investigation checks, both of you.
It's not the same as what Istris had, is what you're saying.
That's what I was going to say,
assuming.
but I want to I want to give you guys a check for it and just to see what else you can glean.
Yeah.
It's nearly a 20, 15 total.
19 on the die with a plus
Okay.
5 on investigation, so
Okay,
24.
Okay. You both very clearly see that same like oil slick pattern. It doesn't look like the flakes that Isteris has per se. So Zio, that's the thing that sticks out to you the most here, is that it's less like the sickness, but there is Tarnakum here. Both of you are easily able to glean that. Yeah.
But this is like a natural type of metal.
Oh yeah, it's a...
Yeah.
Oh, with a 24? This is actually something that you've read about, Zio. And that
Void
Echinacea...
steel.
Void steel. Inspiration point, exactly.
I was just about to say because
Yep.
so
Great callback.
That's
Nicely done.
that's why Zio wants
Yeah.
Helitis here.
And I will say, as you guys are investigating, like just a gust of wind bursts through the window, and Helitis sort of flips up into his humanoid form, and just
one of the things that I read about, back in Olkes was about this thing called Void Steel.
And then that's when Helitis, I think that's when Helitis would come in, and Zio immediately perks up.
Does this look familiar to you?
Helitis kind of moves down. I've seen something like this before, yes, but it's been a long time. A very long
Void
time.
Steel.
Yes, exactly. Void Steel.
One of the alloys that make up the Alloyborn?
Correct.
There's also Stormglass was another one, but this
seems to
Is
just
there any
be the Void
signs?
Steel with
just
Tarnakum.
Void Steel is what Coletra had introduced, right?
Correct. For the creation of the Tetheriums.
Yeah, I remember reading about the Blade brother in one of Kata's journal entries, specifically about how the Tetheriums were meant to be a shield. It was supposed to be a testament of ingenuity, but Vendrick wanted to use the Tetheriums as a weapon. And I mean, this must have something to do with the Divanthier then, if that's...
It is definitely tied to that point in history, from what I can see, and from... I know the metal, but I've never seen anything like this before. It used in this way. Dolores is in there, correct?
Yes.
Yes, this is strange. She's had no contact, as we know, with Coletra or Glacia, so I would rule them out as responsible parties. This is something different. Dolores had enhancements that were empowered by Tarnakum, correct?
Yeah.
Enchanted. Yes. Yes, I'll meet them.
Well, maybe it would be good to bring your sister into the fold here. Ask her if she's ever seen something like this with Dolores before.
Yeah.
She knows Dolores best. She spent the most time with her.
Let me go grab her. I'll be right back.
Okay. Right. Zio, you run off to go find Io.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, inside the Marina home, things are pretty quiet. I think once you come in, Ziomara is just like, "Why are you guys screaming up there? Is everything okay?"
Io, we'll talk about it soon. Io, can you come with me?
Your mom does the like, really? We will talk about this later?
Yes, we will talk about it exactly after Io finds out.
Okay.
Which will be like less than an hour.
Okay.
Okay.
She's doing the
Not-
like.
Yeah.
Okay. It fucking better be an
Okay.
hour.
Like, okay. And I think Zio also like shoots Isandro like a look, kind of like a silent like, are you doing okay sort of.
Yeah. Oh, he's arm wrestling with your dad.
Oh, they're busy.
They're fine. Yeah, they're and they're
fine.
both. I will say they're both very much laughing about it. So they're arm wrestling, going to town. Dorlin is still passed out in the hammock. He's hung shoeing.
Mm-hmm.
Lorian's reading a book. Lucian and Kaylin are playing chess.
Oh.
No, they're fucking on the couch. Yeah. That's crazy.
Get out of here.
These are my
I want a
boyfriends.
boyfriend. I want my boyfriend to have a boyfriend.
Okay, but yes, you're starting to make your way up with Io as she just goes, okay, you're freaking me out, but let's go.
Okay.
So, and as they are, this is walking.
Something happened with Dolores.
What do you mean something happened with Dolores?
Something happened with Dolores, and
That doesn't explain what happened to Dolores. What happened to Dolores?
well, you have to look at it. I don't really know how to explain it aside from that she's enclosed in a cocoon.
What?
Exactly. That's why
She's not a bug.
You want me? So you want me to explain it, but then you want to question what I'm telling you?
It doesn't make sense. Of course I want you to explain it. Let's
Well,
go.
I can't explain it. I can't explain it because I don't know what's happening.
This is peak
That's exactly
sibling
how I can
argument
explain it.
at the most important and inopportune time.
The sibling energy is so perfect.
You guys are like squabbling as you make your way
Yeah.
upstairs. A button. You're like biting each other. Button. Is there anything that Echinacea does in like those couple minutes that Zio runs to go get his sister?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm gonna do it.
What the fuck are you gonna do?
All I need are verbal components.
Oh fuck.
Echinacea is going to sit alongside Dolores, and they're going to run their fingers along the grooves of the cocoon, and they've always had a problem with waiting. They need to know.
Yeah.
So Echinacea, touching the void steel, having seen the Maiden of Blades before, is going to cast Contact Other Plane
Oh shit.
for the first time.
What is this?
I gotta make a save about it.
Yeah, you do. Yeah, you do. What does this look like as you cast Contact Other Plane?
I'm a smarty.
I was gonna say you're gonna be fine.
Yeah. It. I think Echinacea is brought back to earlier this day when they sat on the top of the treehouse with Dolores, and they took in the view and the fire of her hair that didn't burn something as delicate as a flower. And as they trace the cocoon, little thin fibrous lines of it glow to light with pale blue fire. The aura that surrounds Dolores, and the blue of Minri's magic, and the heat of Igni's flame. And little flowers bloom along those flaming seams and do not catch fire themselves but live within the flame. And so these thin rivulets are covered with flowers. It looks very funerary. It looks very maybe frightening to someone who might walk in. I'm sorry. And I got a 17 plus 11 to that intelligence save.
Yeah, okay. You're fine.
So I'm going to reach out to the Maiden of Blades.
Okay.
5 questions.
5 questions is crazy. You do. The room itself darkens around you. The only thing in your vision still of this space, this treehouse, is the cocoon that Dolores is encased in. The flowers alight like funerary candles, and then you just see the shifting veil come from the shadow. The same crossed arms, the same genderless metallic form, wearing almost this like knight's helm that's completely veiled, swords from the back, as the Maiden of Blades kind of floats a bit closer. No eyes to see what she's looking at, but you can see the head tilted down, taking account of the chrysalis. Then the head shifts to you.
Echinacea bows. But there's a hardness in their eyes. Did you do this to Dolores?
Okay, it's a one-word response.
Yes, no, unclear. Never, irrelevant, maybe.
No.
Is she safe in there?
You see as she leans downward, the hand sorry, we just kicked out of the meeting.
Yeah.
Huh. I was on the wrong account, that's why. I'm a genius. Sorry. Let me quick fix that.
So rude.
I'm so sorry. No, it's my fault. I was in the wrong. Okay, there's a new meeting link in the text chat. The arm splits from its crossed position, Echinacea, the first time you've seen it happen, as this long arm shifts over to this cocoon and almost blends with the metal for a second, becoming this like oil slick, mirroring the Tarnakam.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Okay. Echinacea feels the limitations of just 5 questions.
Mm-hmm.
Will she emerge within the week?
Unclear.
God damn it.
Valid crash out.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know who or what made this happen?
Yes.
And Echinacea knows that now comes a guessing game with which they have one question.
Mm-hmm.
But Echinacea's a wizard and believes in cheating systems. Will you deign to reach out yourself to tell me the identity of who did this?
Get that smarty pants shit out of here.
No!
There's There's a head tilt, or on a human face, you could imagine a smirk would show itself. She just nods. Yes.
Thank you.
The contact other plane dissipates as Zio and Io come running up the stairs. And you see the site that Button had described before.
See, I told you. Cocoon.
Yeah, no, that is a cocoon. That is a what led to this? What?
Well, Echinacea suggested doing a greater restoration because of some...
There were 2 enchantments, not enhancements, on Dolores.
Mhm.
And there are
Yeah.
also the enhancements that you made, but there were enchantments distinct and separate from those. And then
Mhm.
that scry gift that Elizabeth gave you, told
Yeah.
you to steal, whatever
Yeah.
the case may be. When I identified that magic, I also detected that one of the enchantments on Dolores had been completed. It now appears to be the case that that enchantment was a chaos spell, and the one that was remaining was a modify memory spell, so I sought to get rid of that, and I did. The magic isn't there anymore. When I cast Identify, it didn't show up, but she is in a cocoon now, which is not a part of how Greater Restoration works, or how chaos works, or how modify memory works. So, we were wondering if you might have any insight with your enhancements.
I didn't do this, did I?
I'm not saying that. Oh no, I'm not saying that.
I've never seen anything like this before. Not with Dolores. This never happened. Wait,
Then it's not your fault.
you said the spell was modify memory?
Yes.
Both of you
Was Dolores missing time?
Yeah.
Sorry.
No. Great. No. That's totally fine. Yeah. She was, at least something she said maybe 2 weeks ago before she met you all. She said she'd gotten blackout drunk, which just never happened. She doesn't black out. She remembers waking up in an alley alone and beat to hell. I patched her up myself. It was unlike anything I'd seen before. And that's when she had the scar on her head.
Crescent.
Yeah. That was new.
Okay.
Well, that is where the cocoon began.
So then someone got to her and put a chaos on her?
Modified her
what
memory
you're
so
thinking?
that she wouldn't remember the chaos?
So this was an Okes.
Had to be. Yeah.
Okay.
That's
Well
when she
then.
showed up with it. She had finished up a night at the Crimson Mask, made her way home, and said it happened on the way home. But like I said, she doesn't black out. It's just not who she is. Girl can handle her liquor.
It has to have been a Divanthyr mage,
It's the only answer.
given the location, given the materium.
Oh, God. Do you think it's someone from Larwith?
I don't know, but I did do something. So then maybe we'll find out.
I did do something.
Maybe. I don't know her timeline, but I reached out to the Maiden of Blades.
So you
That
Okay.
fucking look, dude. Just the.
you reached out to the Maiden of Blades.
Ow.
So
Yes.
like Whistle's lady.
Well, I don't think Whistle claims her, but yes, that one.
But that's the one that's involved with the whole Blade Brother stuff.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, you see what?
I couldn't think of anyone else who would know. Who would know?
No, I
Except
don't
for
think it's a
maybe the
bad-
Blade Brother, but I don't want to talk to him.
I don't think it was a bad idea. I'm just
I
saying
don't want
that
to talk to him.
it seems like everything's pointing in that direction, right? You know,
Right.
the Void Steel, the Divanthier time period.
Right. So the answers I got. Did you do this to Dolores? No. Do you know who did this? Yes. Will she be safe left in this cocoon? Yes. Will she emerge within a week? Unclear. And then, will you deign to reach out yourself to tell me who did this? Yes. So, hopefully, we'll know. Yes.
I think oftentimes gods don't give out information willingly and easily as that. So I think the fact that she says, "Yeah, I'll totally tell you," definitely puts Blade Brother
Into Blade Brother
top of the
territory.
list.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I think so. I think
Because-
you're right.
yeah.
I just don't want that to be the answer because
Well,
I want him to leave us alone.
I mean, yeah, right. I mean, if
Casimir
Well,
and
I don't
Helitis are
think-
sitting there cross-armed listening to you all nodding, and they're like, Casimir does lean over while you guys are talking. It's like, oh, we even need it here? Because I think they got this figured out.
Echinacea just realizes that they saw the Maiden of Blades too. They're like, she's spooky, right?
Yes, quite. There's a bit of a elegance about her.
Yes.
Yes.
here's the thing. She's going to come at some point and she's going to tell us, Alec, get your fucking mind out of the gutter.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm so sorry. She's
Oh,
gonna
no.
come, and I went.
Wow.
Sorry, Angie. I'm so sorry.
She is going to show up at some point to give you that answer. Maybe you can ask her for more information.
I think that's a good idea.
Again, I think oftentimes, especially with the types of gods that we've been dealing with, they don't want to give information out like that unless there's an entire part of their well-being that is being threatened. And I think we know that the Blade Brother is in direct opposition to her.
Yes. Yes. Yes.
Not a bad idea. So when she shows up, we can be like, hey, I think we know the answer. And if we know the answer, maybe we should get a reward, like more answers.
You want help, lady? Yeah.
It's like,
Echinacea-
sorry, man, like, sorry, your prophetic hero is not really interested in doing that.
Yeah, sorry he didn't answer the call. I hope you're okay with that. How are you doing?
Oh, fuck.
Yeah, right? Like, it is a little awkward. Like, it's also going to be a little bit awkward if she shows up, when she shows up.
But we had and she's in a metal cocoon.
She's in the middle cocoon, but
As you
it's
guys
not.
are having this conversation. But, no. I wanted to see how long you guys could keep it going, and there was no end in sight, so I had to, I had to come in.
Step in, please.
You both feel this chill in the spaces. You're on Tikul. You're within the Scorched Isle. It is quite the tropical climate. It is hot.
Mm-hmm.
But as you exhale, for a moment, you can see your breath. It's that cold. and you just hear, I am ready for your questions. And like coming through the wall like a fucking phantom, you can see the Maiden of Blades just sort of push forward. Helitis and Casimir are like,
Echinacea bows and like gestures everybody frantically to bow.
Io drops to hands and knees and does one of these numbers.
Oh, girl.
Casimir gives kind of like a half-ass little curtsy. Helitis gives a really deep, reverent bow. Dolores is in a cocoon. I love you, Lou. I'm sorry. Dolores is giving us one of these. But yes, the Maiden of Blades has arrived.
Icon.
Hi.
You wish to know who is responsible?
Yes.
Can I take a guess, please?
If you must.
And if I guess correctly, can you answer a different question?
Roll me a persuasion check.
Persuasion work.
If I get this one right, can I get a different one?
Can I get a different question? And I guess it's more so if I get this one right, can Echinacea ask a different question? Because Zio does not trust
It's not even
themselves
for
to.
me.
No, Zio does not trust himself to ask a smart question. No.
Oh, that's fucking funny.
That is
Yo, the energy in the studio is
17 on the
silly goofy.
die.
The 17 on the
17 on the
die.
die plus 12.
Oh, yeah. Okay.
Sorcerer.
29.
Tits, not tilts the head. Sorry.
Tits the head.
Title of show.
No! She tilts her head in curiosity. And just nods in agreement to your request.
I will take what is the Blade Brother for 1,000.
1,000 what?
That's a joke. It's a
I don't get it.
It's the Blade Brother. That's my answer. Final answer.
You are correct. It seems she is one of his chosen.
Huh.
And she is garnering the reward of her successes.
Oh.
The Soulforged has left his path. The Blade Brother has won.
The battle, not the war, right?
You give up so easily.
Yeah.
This was our only prospect. I pray that there will be more, but it took so long to find him. For now, yes, the Blade Brother has won the battle. The war itself is undecided.
Okay. Well.
real quick,
Yeah.
what do we know about what this battle between the Mother of Blades and the Blade Brother is about? Is it just about the Alloyborn?
Give me
It's more
history
than
check.
that, right?
Give me a history check.
History.
History. No.
I'm gonna use not a hero point,
No!
inspiration. 27.
Yeah, there's a lot going on in here. There's a lot being presented, and like, yeah, dude.
Yeah, Zio's being cheeky with another entity of however many millennia of existence.
Zio's doing what Zio does.
Yeah, it's like oh great, the apple ring of Istris has been closed, so now I have to be cheeky with another one.
Yeah. No, I love that. That makes sense. Okay. Echinacea, 27 you said?
Mm-hmm.
The core of it is around the Alloyborn. And particularly it's less about their freedom or their entrapment for the Blade Brother and the Maiden of Blades. It is essentially a battle of worshippers. You see, Alloyborn who are held under Fleshborn rule are more willing to rebel. They're more willing to enact violence on their oppressors. They are more willing to draw blood in the name of the Blade Brother than if they were freed by this prophetic figure to lead worshippers to the Maiden of Blades. There is the noble element of freeing people from being bound to service, right? Which the Maiden of Blades is very much doing. But this is also a very petty squabble between gods.
Mm.
Understanding that pettiness, the fact that the Maiden of Blades is not so interested in freedom as an end, but rather as a means to garner more worship.
Mm-hmm.
Echinacea kind of puts her aside in their mind. And what becomes important then is not the mechanisms by which we can help her, but the mechanisms via which we can help the people who she only helps in order to gain for herself. And they have a question, thanks to Zio.
That they do.
You freed Muse. How do we replicate the methods by which you freed them?
I did not free them. They broke free. All I did was inspire them, spoke to them, used the object of their imprisonment as a means of communication. Infiltrating their aether cores, speaking to them from within.
The means of replication, then, to infiltrate those aether cores.
You all see as the arms unfurl from the chest, and the Maiden of Blades very slowly takes off her veil and removes her. Oh, sorry. really got me.
Sorry.
No, don't, don't apologize. Oh, shit. She removes her veil and she removes this almost wedding dress like accoutrement that she has been wearing this whole time. And you see her, what is the equivalent of her chassis, right? Her mechanized body. And she grabs one side right by where the collarbone would be and grabs near where the ribs would end on the opposite side. And she begins to pull her metallic frame open. And what you see on the inside, rusted and flaking away, these metal innards that connect to a central aspect, that being something very similar to an aether core itself. I need both of you to give me investigation checks.
Ooh, that was
21.
21.
Nope, that's an 11.
It makes sense that Echinacea would get this given your time in the Astral Sea.
Ooh.
There is...
Ignore me.
Oh! Oh! Careful, SpongeBob!
Yeah, it's all coming together.
It's all coming together. It almost looks like a crystallized version of a star that you and Kaylin stood upon. Which makes sense upon investigating, given the creation of this world and the icons by Eos.
Star Dragon, right?
Exactly.
Mhm.
The first aether cores of this world were not made by magic of the world, but from the magic above it. Stars plucked from the sky and crystallized into the first aether core.
Wow. Celestial veil.
She nods. The magic within these can be retooled. Frequencies can be matched. And then, once they are, you're able to cast spells through them as if they were your spell book. Or it looks at you, Zio, drawn from your bloodline. Becomes but another means of casting. Celestial Veil is a process of creating those crystals.
Zio's just sitting there being like, I have no idea what she's talking about. Just like, yeah.
I was like, you make those crystals?
I think that's what she's saying, but I don't understand what she's saying. I don't. Do you want to make a star crystal?
I mean, it'll help those people, then yeah.
So wait, are all of the aether core star crystals?
Are you asking the Maiden of Blades this?
Yeah, to the Maiden of Blades.
She goes, no. Those were just the
Okay.
first iteration of them. These are akin to your god's slivers of divinity. They empower us, give us our dominion, the strength with which to wield it.
And Eos is shedding those across the night sky. It seems wildly reckless. Okay. Thank you, maiden.
You are welcome.
You have answered our questions, for which we are grateful. Is there anything you would wish to tell us?
Zio leans into Io and says, This is why I said that Echinacea needed to ask the questions.
What is there left to say?
Echinacea has been incredibly, I think, respectful
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
up until this point.
Yep.
Their arms fold. You have lost a champion. Your disappointment is understandable. If you are worthy of the faith that you attempt to engender, there will be much more to say.
I hope that someone deserving makes themselves known soon. I hope that this path continues, and that those entrapped are freed again.
Echinacea looks meaningfully down at the cocoon. I hope so too.
You should be careful with her. The Blade Brothers' influence is corrupting.
Well, we have a lot of experience helping out corrupted people and offering a healing touch.
Echinacea smiles at Zio. They can't help it.
Mm-hmm.
I would implore you, Maiden of Blades, to continue speaking to those who believe in you. If that is the mechanism via which they are freed, then don't be so quiet.
I wish I could be more outspoken to them. But this, you see where the connections to the crystal, that red light of the star is beginning to bleed into the attachments within. The more I expand, well, I have a limited time here. My power is waning in this world. But I will do what I can.
In that case, we thank you for your time, and we would not take more of it where it could be more wisely spent.
Closes the metal framing, the veil sort of falls back over the shoulders. May the star in the first sky watch you.
I have one more question. Are you just the Maiden of Blades, or do you have a name?
None of any importance anymore. I forsook that name. I am the Maiden of Blades.
she's got a dead name.
And the one who goes unnamed in the texts of your time. Do you know anything of that?
I know much of that. They are dangerous, cunning, and many. That time sailing the astral sea and the far realms has made them near deific. Well, she does laugh. Deific in the context of my time. Not nearly as powerful as your gods. Warning of them I give you. Once they start, they do not stop. Tread carefully. Both of you give me an insight check.
Huh.
17.
Natural 20.
Natural 20.
Oh. And then
Oh.
17 plus what, Zio?
Just 17.
17.
It was a 9 plus an 8.
Zio, you're definitely able to gather fear.
Oof. Okay.
Genuine fear. Echinacea, to take that a step further, you see the same in the earliest days of your journeys with Sir and Nivian and Lazuli and Zio, the fear that would rock you at the Mencius of the Magus Arcanum. That all-consuming, halting fear that you felt is echoed here. Not about the same entity, but something that inspires as much fear in something so old and so powerful.
Maiden, will closing the rifts call them?
It may draw their attention.
Why?
To make amends between this more material plane and planes connected to it, that sends a ripple through the astral sea. This is how they may hear of this world's evolution.
They only hear it if the rifts are closed, not if they're opened?
They do hear them if they're opened. But they haven't heard it yet. If they did, we'd know.
How?
They would be here. And the world as we know it would be gone.
The Shadow Court of the Fae is using Ragwar machines to open rifts.
Then they should be stopped. Because they know not what they bring to this world. And to those mirror planes. Do you know of their last known location? These Shadow Court members.
So I have a home. A month ago.
I will see what I can do.
And you have my deepest respect and thanks. And if you are successful, an offer of aid to help the Alloyborn.
Then my children will be free. Best of luck.
The same to you.
As the Maiden of Blades reverts to the shadows, as we're going to take our break.
That went well.
It did, all things considered. It went pretty well.
It could have been worse.
You know, just some spooky stuff. I don't know. All right, well, thank you guys for tuning in. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. And we'll see what the rest of this night has in store before our party takes an EP. Alrighty.
Yeah.
Bye!
Bye.
welcome back. Well, that was some shit, wasn't it? You guys are still standing in Dolores's room, her body encased in this void steel. You both now know, as do Casimir and Helitis, that the Blade Brother is the one responsible for this current state. That was way too chipper. I'm gonna go back. But I will say, as you guys are seeing this, and you have some assurance via the Maiden of Blades that Dolores is going to be safe and okay in this cocoon, the night begins to come in full swing.
Yeah. I think Zio will turn to Io and just be like, Io, she's gonna be okay, but do you want to maybe stay and, I don't know, if you want to study it? I know you've been working on that Vanthier magic. And
yeah, I'll stay with her and I'll keep an eye on her. I was kind of having the same idea anyway. Twin telepathy. But yeah, I don't want to leave her like this.
Yeah, just call me if you need anything.
Yeah. Tell you, I'll call you if she turns into a big butterfly. I make
Big
jokes when
metal
I'm
butterfly.
stressed, and they're not funny. Oh, also, Declan asked me to give you both these. And you both see as Io pulls out these two little metallic boxes. He said he made them with you in mind, and this is a terrible time, but you're both here, so have at them.
Oh, you okay? He didn't come.
He wanted to be with his mom,
That's fair.
which I completely get. They had a tough conversation last I talked to him, but regardless of that, he didn't want to leave her quite yet.
Good to hear.
But I'll go grab my things and make sure Dolores isn't alone.
Echinacea will cast Levitate and lift the cocoon up to Dolores's bed so that if she wakes up, she's not on the ground.
Okay. Yep. You do so.
Well,
Alec's Declan?
I didn't tell you about that.
No.
Yeah.
Casimir's like, I'm going to go get set up at my hotel. He leaves.
There's rooms. There's rooms here.
There are other
Casimir. You can
rooms.
stay here. You don't have to spend the money. You can stay here.
Stay.
All right. I will go find a room.
He's just moody.
Is it about Kaylin still?
His baseline is moody,
Mm.
but I do think he is more moody because of his frustration with Kaylin.
It's also because he cares about you and he's worried about you. So, but yeah, circling
Right.
back around to Io and Declan. Yes, I mean that was one of the first things that Whistle told me is that it seemed like Declan was sweet on Io when
Oh,
he was in Larwith.
no one gossips with me.
Well, I didn't know that you like to gossip.
Listen, romance is my favorite. Have you seen the way that Kristoff and Uldiel look at each other?
Has Zio seen the way that I'm so curious to know if Zio has.
Give me an insight check.
I want to see, yeah. No. No! Well, my insight is an 8 and I got a 2, so it's a 10.
You've seen them look at each other. Have you drawn much from that? Probably not.
They spend a lot of time together. But, like, we
Yeah.
spend a lot of time together.
Kristoff has been looking for advice regarding Oldiel. So,
Really?
yes, he's been taking notes.
wraps Zio wraps an arm around Echinacea's arm, and they'll just walk back to the Merino house as we are having this conversation. We're essentially walking back.
Yep, absolutely.
Whoa. A dashing knight and a dashing knight.
Other night.
Two very,
Yeah,
yeah, two very dashing knights.
2 nights.
Oh. One from the Fae court and one from, what used to be a revenant. I know he's no longer a revenant, right?
Now he's an Aasimar. Former
Ah.
Revenant, now Aasimar. It's poetic.
It is. I'll keep an eye on that.
I know.
Wait, what other things? What other things do you have that you haven't told me about?
Oh man, that's the big one I've noticed. I didn't clock Io and Declan at all, and now I'm really mad about it because I would have liked to play matchmaker there. I'm just hunting for romances. You know, there was a little bit of a thing with Casimir and Whistle, but obviously that was never anything. And they both are, they both have husbands who they love. And yes, Valor is still dead, but I'm working on it. And
I mean, I get it. Yeah, they're a little bit on the older side, and they have lots to, two husbands who are not here physically. Okay, I see it.
there was a little something. No, there's a real dearth of romance in our group. And
Well,
nothing
what
to kiki about.
Well, what about you? You also.
Yes.
I know.
Alec,
There
are you
is.
good?
I hope I didn't surprise you too much by having Lucian and Lorian be here. We knew Kaylin was going to come back at some point. I mean, I asked because I wanted Sandra to come meet my family, so I was only assuming that Kaylin was coming back. But hopefully, with all 3 of them here, things are okay.
It was the perfect surprise. Seeing everyone together, I felt the way that you look when you talk about your family.
Oh. I didn't know I looked away about that.
Warm, brimming to the point of bursting.
It's really good to have. And the best part is that the more memories that you get, the more of that you're going to feel.
I know, and we'll get there. We'll get there. Echinacea recalls the knowledge that there's a Corbury way over in Drukamesh. Their face falls a little bit. They're like, yeah, someday.
And Wolf, just in your
What
ear.
about-
We'll get there. We'll get there.
Mm-hmm.
It's really nice to see just the way that the way it works. It feels it looks so seamless.
It can be. There can be rough patches. I have memories that were brought back of the 50 years before I got by a Fae Queen. And Vanderil and Lorian, they had tough times, but they talked through them. And they practiced compersion, feeling happy for their partner's happiness. And that's the key. Echinacea gets the barest slyness in their expression. Why is there an engagement that you might like to be seamless with you and Asandro and someone else.
I guess, it would be nice, but there's a lot of factors. I think, Lorian and Dandruel, they must have started somewhere, and Lucian and Galen are also starting. And I'm confused by wanting something but being worried that one, that it won't be reciprocated, and that's totally fine. But if it is, I don't know if Sandra would be interested in something like that. He says that it's fine, but is everyone supposed to date?
Only if they want to. They don't have to. I waited to act on any feeling about Lucian until things in his life were less stormy, because I didn't want to be a burden. I want the relationships I'm in to be a blessing, not a burden. And so I waited, and he and Kaylin do seem to have interest in each other. And I think they're going to take their time in understanding what that is. And I think that that's wise. And I think whatever answer they come to, yes, we like this, or no, we don't, whatever answer they come to is the right one. And I don't think... I mean, Lorian's a quick date, but I don't know how interested he is in Kaylin and Lucian long term. And he doesn't have to be.
Well, since... I guess I'll tell you. I do have some feelings for Wit, and it just feels so messy. It feels dangerous, and it feels like that's a coal fire that I'm not supposed to touch. Right? And yeah, things are getting better. It seems like today, just hearing him,
Nice.
not just nice, it was just hearing him talk, the way he talked to Istris, and the way that he communicated, and just seeing him so involved, so sure of himself, and not just in that, in a aggressive way, right? Not just in a squabble type of way. There was so much confidence, and it's been such a short amount of time since he's been with Ygritte, but it's doing something, and it's amazing to watch. And the only thing is that I see it happening, and I get more and more curious about it, about the possibility.
I think the best way to know a person's heart is to know them. So if you aren't sure if that curiosity is something he reciprocates, maybe the first step is just spending the time, getting to know him better. I mean, you two are on a shared quest. It seems like the perfect time to let something grow.
Yeah. Fuck.
What?
Nothing. I gave him this letter that I wrote, and now I'm regretting it because, yeah, you're right. I should just wait and spend more time with him. And now I gave him this letter, and he said that it's his choice when he reads it. Of course, that's fine. That's fine. But now I'm just kind of like, oh no.
Do you want me to ask Lucian to steal it? No is valid.
I don't know. I feel like if Lucian steals it, then he's volatile. I don't want to put Lucian in that situation.
You don't want to put me in what situation?
Lucy.
Remember, I can hear everything.
That's true.
How? How can Lucian hear everything?
He just
He's
flicks
got bat
big
ears.
bat ears.
Oh yeah. Is he speaking to us through the?
No, I think you guys get close enough that he's like
Yeah.
leaning out the window and just... What am I stealing?
Nothing. You're not stealing anything.
Why not? Come on, I got to keep my skills sharp for Sunwall.
Because if you try and steal anything from Wit, he will literally immolate you. So
That's if he sees me.
there is a letter that I gave him.
Okay. And you don't want him to
Problem
have this
is-
letter anymore.
No, I want him to have
Maybe
the
just
letter.
not
and
right now.
I gave him the letter. I gave him the letter.
You
so,
seem
like,
to have regrets.
if it's gone, like if it just leaves, like if it just disappears, there's gonna be something strange about that.
Think
And so
outside
then-
of the box, Zio. Put a fake letter in there. One that doesn't have the contents of the ones
Strange.
you've written.
It can even say, I stole the original, I'll give it to you later.
Yes.
It can be a forthright one. I steal from Lucian all the time and leave him an IOU.
Yeah.
yeah, but you guys are like,
Freaks.
you guys are, yeah, no, not that. I mean, if
What
you
did you
are,
say?
like, sure.
I
like,
said freaks.
Yeah.
No, you guys are, together. You guys are together. So it's different. You guys steal things from each other as foreplay and
But yeah.
flirting.
Yeah.
And we're planning on stealing something from Wit because I am a coward. So
Zio, you are many things. You are not a coward.
Yeah.
about this, I particularly am.
You are allowed to not be ready or not think the other person is ready. This is actually incredibly considerate.
Fine. Lucian, can you steal the letter from Wit? And can I give you
Yes, I
a
can.
decoy letter?
Absolutely. You just tell me when you're ready and I will get to work. Give me a
You're
moment.
going.
I am so... I don't remember when the last time I stole something was, other than you
It
on
was
the
for me.
roofs in Sunwall. Yeah. he runs to his bag and then, excuse me, Madam Marina, where is your restroom? Oh, it's right there,
crazy.
sweetheart. Thank you.
Man is about to Batman himself.
Yeah, in the Merino bathroom.
Batman.
Superman. Yeah.
So the question is, what is on this dud letter?
In the new fake litter, I think
It's a drawing
I
of
think
a penis.
No, I think Echinacea had a good idea, and Zio will write down. I took the original letter, and fuck, I don't even fucking know. I took the original letter. I got cold feet. Come find me if you genuinely want to know.
Okay, I like that. Perfect.
Echinacea looks at Zio. You have made Lucian's week.
Yeah.
Well, I'm glad I can bring him some modicum of joy. I'll just sit here and
After like
wallow.
2 or
Sneak
3
out.
minutes, Lucian comes out in his the attire you haven't seen since you all fought him the first time you were in Sunwall. Full rogue, leathers, the black, the red, the half mask, the hood. He's like, it's a little tight now. I have
Oh,
He
it's
bulked
the
up.
He did. He bulked up big time.
Yeah.
And he said, last time I wore this, I had hag rot. Jesus,
I
this is
know.
tight.
Yeah, it doesn't look bad.
your boobs are kind of sticking out. It's just like the opening. It's the Clive,
It's
whatever his
Cli-
fucking
yeah, it's
name is
Clive
for
Rossfield,
Final
dude.
Fantasy. Yeah.
Oh my god, yeah. His cock looks huge.
And
Stop.
then Zio's gonna be like looking at Lucy and be like,
yeah. Now I get why I kind of also thought Lucian was cute when I first met him.
Right.
All right, so I'm going to steal this
All
letter.
right.
I'm going to steal the letter, deliver this one. I'll be gone before you know it.
Can I enhance your abilities at all? I know you can make yourself
Yeah.
invisible.
You don't think I'm capable?
I just want.
All right, we want assurances. I get it. Yes, go ahead. Please.
Oh, please now. Excellent. Gonna give him a potion of advantage.
that's amazing.
So he has like advantage to the stealth roll or the
Perfect.
theft. Yeah.
All right. Well, you will know when the deed is done. And if it doesn't go well, I will be screaming.
Okay, we'll be listening.
It's going to be fine. He boops his own nose, casts invisibility on himself, and you just hear like through the tree line. And he's like, "Oh shit, it's tall grass."
It's like, be a little bit more quiet with your steps. We can hear you walking away.
Shush! And Lucian
Oh,
has
boy.
made his way off to Yoink.
Oh, Zio, you thought he was cute. You're right, but
Oh yeah, I thought he was very attractive. I think at the time I wasn't sure what that was though.
yeah, I remember there was something about Declan, which is why I was maybe surprised about Io.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, that also was kind of a moment for me.
Ugh!
I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
It's okay. I mean, Declan and I'll make a great pair. And besides,
And then Zio kind of like looks wistfully over to Sandro.
I couldn't have asked for a better person to learn what it feels like to, feel this way. To know what it is.
The amount of wisdom the two of you share is truly astronomical. You're a very cute couple, too. Tall and small.
I am going to go steal him from my father now.
Go get him. I think he keeps losing now. On purpose, maybe. I can't tell.
Yeah.
That's 100% the truth. It's Sandra sitting. He's like, "Good gracious, Mr. Marino, you are quite the strong man." And Iolus, he's had a couple. He's like, "Yeah, and you best believe it. I might be getting all, but these aren't going anywhere." And he flexes his arm, and it's a very impressive bicep for anyone, let alone like a 55-year-old man. Like this is a well-toned daddy. But yes, you run to your father and Asandro, and Echinacea, you see Kaelin sitting at a chess table, very contemplative.
Echinacea will slide in.
Okay. We'll do Zio and Asandro first, and then we'll jump over. But you walk over. Your dad just what is everybody screaming about? Is everything okay?
Oh, everything is hunky-dory.
Deception check, please. Flat roll because your dad's drunk. It would have been a disadvantage. 9. He does the. What is it?
Dolores isn't a cocoon, and I don't really know how else to explain it aside from that it involves deities of
What?
great renown. Exactly. It's nothing to worry about right now because we figured it out, and
She's in a
apparently
cocoon.
she's
That's
safe.
not worrisome. Oh, she's safe. Okay, well, she's safe then. Okay.
Yes, it's been explained to us by a literal god that she's safe.
A liberal god.
A
I know,
literal
It came up
god.
in the captions,
Literal.
liberal god.
Yeah.
Okay, well, if the gods say so, who am I to argue?
Yeah. Why would I want to ruin your, your buzz?
Hey, come here.
Mm-hmm.
I'm kicking your boyfriend's ass.
I'm sure you are.
He looks strong, but it's the conditioning that matters. He's not conditioning.
Yeah.
No.
Of course. Yeah.
I mean, he
looks
good, but it's just it's all for show, obviously.
Zio, as Iolus is saying all of this, Zio's just smiling at Asandro because, like, is Asandro drinking or is he like sober?
Oh, Sandro's had a couple drinks. He's not nearly as like turned as your dad is.
Yeah.
Very much decompressing after a very stressful few days.
Yeah, of course.
It's like enjoying time. Like your mom is a little buzzed. Dorlin is honk shoeing. Lorian's healthily intoxicated. Kaylin is nursing a glass of wine. So that's the vibe here. Asandro's cheeks
Zio's
are
just Zio's just like smiling, just like knowing that Asandro is like
he he just winks at
One of my
you,
dad
just
one.
like
It's like, yeah, of course, it's all conditioning.
And then Zio also like looks at their dad and smiles and says,
Oh, what do you think?
he's a good guy. It's hard not to see that. And if you were to be with anyone, I'm surprised it's this healthy for your first relationship.
Zio just like
Iotha lore bombarding your brain.
Yeah,
Everything
like,
that happened there.
Yeah, I think we kind of sped through some of the worst bits and pieces.
Your mom and I did that.
Oh.
Yeah. Oh. Your grandma and grandpa did not like me.
Oh.
But that all faded when they knew I made her happy. And she made me happy. And I can see that Asandro makes you happy. That's all I want for you, Zio.
Thanks, Dad.
Zio's going to give their father a kiss on the temple.
He
And
does
then,
the
well-
grab your face. Mwah.
Yeah.
Like, okay, okay.
Oh,
It's like, well, I'm going to steal my partner away from you.
Okay,
So-
don't pull his arm too hard. It's probably hurting bad.
Yeah, of course. Yes,
Sandra
yes,
is like,
yes.
yes, you have to be very gentle with me. I don't know if he'll make it.
Mhm.
And then Zio's just gonna like tug on him and then start heading back to the
Treehouse.
treehouse with Asandro.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, it's just walk in and be like, is everything all right?
Well, what's to update you on?
I heard cocoon. I heard she's safe. I heard the god said it's going to be fine. So,
Yeah. Did you hear about Whistle and pulling a sword out on my father? And
he did tell me about that. I have been
Yeah.
informed of the last day or two, and it has to be difficult.
definitely. And Istris is back. Not in a bad way. And how are you?
He smiles. He understands why that question is being asked.
Mm-hmm.
Being home, you mean?
Yes.
I love it here. I do. It has never gone away. I just didn't agree with the path laid out for me. So I left. I could do
And
what
that's
I
all?
want. That's all. My father is on the council of elders. He wanted that for me. And, well, when you take an oath to be a spirit caller, politics is out of the question. And don't worry, you haven't sworn those oaths yet. But I did. And once my father found out I did, well, he no longer had a son. He stripped me of my surname and of our familial ties. To him, I am his greatest failure. Welcome in, Raiders. But that does not diminish the love I have for my home.
Have you... I understand that he might feel that way, but is it just him? Do you have more family, other ones that...
I have family, but you know how the Isle can be. It's often split down the middle. Those who are in line with the council and those who want to see new and better things for this place we call home.
Yeah.
And my family, given who my father is, are in line with the council. I get letters from my mother occasionally, but I don't wish for her to keep these secrets from him.
Well, he might have stripped you of your name, but you have space here.
Yes.
You could even, some would even say you could take on the name Marino if you wanted to.
Are you proposing to me, Zio?
Is that what this is?
Is that what you want?
Throwing the idea out there?
Zio. One of the best things this isle has created is you. You have ensorcelled me completely. I love you. I love you so much. I would never run from taking your name and to joining your family.
Well,
Zio like wipes away a couple tears.
I want to make sure to revisit this conversation once we handle everything. But
There will be much to handle, but I will be there with you to handle it. I am so proud of you for how you approached Isterus today. From the stories you told and what I know about him, what growth you've illustrated to everyone who knows you.
I wish you'd been there.
I
I've never felt more confident.
I'm so glad.
Also, I gave with the letter, but I'm kind of hoping that he hasn't read it, and then it's being stolen back by Lucian.
I was going to ask, is that why he left in such an excited hurry to take it back?
Yeah.
I have faith in the Lord of Iothalor. But, Zio, you gave it in earnest. And that's a beautiful thing. And I find it just as beautiful that you are taking it back in earnest. So that you can come to know wit better.
Yeah.
You don't need my permission, but you are allowed the way you feel about him.
It's not so much permission. It's more so...
Sorry, that was a loud motorcycle. Someone's got a really big pee-pee.
It's not that I'm asking for permission. It's just... I want to share every part of me with you. And I seek your approval.
You have it. You have it.
My heart is yours.
And mine.
And knowing
Mine is yours.
knowing that everything that's been stitched together between you and me, it's like making more space, stitching more space. I think that's what I was concerned about. I don't want you to think that there's less of it.
I don't feel that at all. And I do not think it. But thank you for talking to me about it. It's the only way we can move forward with any confidence. Shall we retreat?
Let's. Yeah, I want to show you our new room.
Lead the way. Cute!
Zio will. Yeah, I would say when Zio, and this is very quick,
Yeah, absolutely.
as they walk into the new room, which is almost very similar to what Asandra is used to, the top of this tree with the foliage above them. There's the window, the makeshift window, and Zio will, first thing they will do is place the glass, what they believe is sea glass that they found at the beach, and place it on the window as the first signifier of this being their home. And their home for life.
Perfection. And you and Asandra settle in and spend your night however you choose.
Fuck it.
Jump on it. Let's do it. Okay.
You must bounce on it.
You must bounce on it. We fade to black on Zio and Asandro for the night. Echinacea, your brother's out. He's just fucking honk. He's not honk showing. He's honk me.
As he does.
As he does. But you see Lucy and Quizzic. Lucy, I keep doing it. Kaylin.
You name, yeah.
Shut up. I don't want to hear it. Enough. Drop it. You see Kaylin. Both names ending with an N. Sitting at a chess set, nursing a glass of wine, looking very quizzically. But you settle in, and he just, hello, my love.
Oh. Hello, love.
You okay?
No.
What's wrong?
No, things are very bad.
He leans forward. Tell me about that.
Well, for one, look at the state of your bishop and your castle.
I know, Lucian
being
beat
beaten
me.
by a gent gambit. Yeah.
I know. He beat me. It's checkmate, and I can't beat him. This is the third game he's won.
He's very good at chess.
He's incredibly good at chess.
Also, I talked to the Maiden of Blades, and Dolores is in a cocoon, and all the other things that you know about. That's the only new thing.
Okay. Oh.
Angie's spinning dots.
Yep. They got up, so we'll see what they say when we get back. If we need to go to a break screen, then we will.
Okay.
So
Okay.
more of the same for us then.
Well, things are new and things are different now. And with Zio's blessing, with Dolores' blessing, we have offered Isterus.
Oh
Welcome back, Angie. You're spinning dots.
no. Oh no, what happened?
I don't
All I did
know.
was go to the
Do you want
bathroom.
to do you want to try leaving the call and jumping back in? I think this happened with UI or something not too long ago.
All I did was just go to the
Never mind.
potty.
Oh no! Goodbye, Angie. Welcome back.
Am I here?
You're here. We just need
Oh,
your
not
key.
We've
this
got that
dog.
cute little rat dog.
It's Shadow the fucking Hedgehog, dude. There we go. Okay.
There you are.
Got it. Okay. Oh no. Okay.
Oh no.
So Isterus is back in the fold.
And we intend to take on Sunwell together.
How do you feel about that?
Like it's what I have to do.
Is it what you want to do?
Yes. And I don't know what that means about me. I have fought for so long to preserve life in every instance, even to preserve the lives of our enemies. It has been foundational, and I find I have to question the foundations. I know that the major arcana are responsible for the imprisonment of countless people, many of whom are proven innocent. And I cannot help but wonder if the light that ought to guide me, if that thing which must lay at the end of my path is not simply life, but the freedom to live it. And what does it mean when a group of 5 fucking mages decide that that freedom is forfeit for countless? What does it mean to be willing to strike them from this world if it means freedom for everyone they've imprisoned? Who am I if that becomes my goal? Because I believe it has.
It makes you no different than who you were yesterday. You are Echinacea Balrose. And you fight for those who are imprisoned. You fight for those who are not afforded the chance to live their lives freely. And you do so knowing that others stand in opposition to that. The major arcana have made their choice. They stand between people and their freedom. And they have for gods know how long. I don't imagine that we are the only ones who have tried to stop them.
No.
Or have had that goal. I had a lot of time to think at Ishwars. I don't think they will stop.
They are going to hunt me. They are going to hunt people like me. They are going to hunt people who are not like me at all. And the very fact of their hunt means that I must hunt them.
One moment. Bar! Holy shit! Bars! Sorry, I had
thanks.
to get out of Kalen for a minute. That was raddest. Inspiration point!
Thanks.
Sorry, that was cool as shit. Angie sitting here like, fuck yeah, brother. Not in their head. Oh, God. Oh, that was rad. Sorry. That gave me full body chills. Woo-hoo! Kaylin just nods. Mirroring that, like, solemn recognition of the path that is going to be walked. The one that is now understood as necessary. Echinacea, I'm your shield. And I vow to be your sword as well.
I am grateful. I am grateful. I wish only to ask that we still tread with caution. I understand why you did what you did in Olkes.
I was wrong. It was foolish. And it
is done.
But the danger it put us in is not. That is only just beginning. And that is because of me. I am not self-flagellating. I am just speaking facts. They know who I am. My familial ties, my tie to you, to the ones we love and the ones we know. That is the weight that I will bear, because it is my responsibility. And to your point, I will move with more caution. I swear it.
Echinacea hears the vow, and a weight that they didn't know they were carrying falls off their shoulder. They love Kaylin. And with their love, they have not known how to manage their anger.
Yeah.
And hearing him not self-flagellate, but also just take quick, brief responsibility and then be willing to move forward is exactly what they need to hear. I trust you. I love you. And I swear to use the same caution.
He smiles. The weight is still there, right? It's heavy, knowing the path ahead will be one paved by taking the lives of these mages. Puts his hands out to you. I am truly sorry that it's come to this. But you are
I take his hands.
But you are not wrong. And I trust you completely.
Every just path led here, one way or another. They kiss his hands.
He does the same.
And I think after a little time checking in on Lorian, spending the time with Kaylin, making sure Lucian comes back not immolated.
I will say, after about 30, 40 minutes, Lucian comes back, letter in hand, not burned. Oh, hands this to you. To
That's
deliver
not mine.
Well, I'll deliver it to Zio then. Tomorrow.
That's probably wise.
There were noises in the tree, and I thought, probably not tonight.
That's also very wise. You did. You did a remarkable job.
It's bad to say I missed it.
No, it isn't. How badly?
Quite. I don't want to be the Lord of Iothalor forever. But I need to be its Lord now.
Make way for something better.
Create a path for someone worthy of the title.
Does it have to be a lord or lady? What if it were something else?
That's what I was thinking. Creating a process of elections. The people to choose. Who represents them.
Lucian Whitmore.
Iothalor has been rife with change over the last year. This one will be large, and it will meet resistance from the Taleshan government.
Yes, I imagine so.
But that is a war I am willing to fight on behalf of my people. And they will lose.
Your wars are mine. They'll kiss him.
Kisses them. How frustrated is Kaylin? I'm going to go beat his ass again at chess.
Oh my gosh, he is quite frustrated. I tell you what, that doesn't happen often. You have a talent.
I have a particular set of skills. All right, Caitlin, let's start again. Come on, we're going till you beat me.
No.
But yes, you check in, and everybody's doing well. Everybody's good.
I don't want to take up too much time, so this can also be business after whatever Zio gets up to in the morning, but Echinacea does want to cast Dream.
Okay.
Overnight.
Okay. And that'll be to...
Andoril.
Okay. Perfect. I say, let's take our last break here, and then we can figure out what Zio does in the morning, and then we'll retroactively go back and have the dream scene. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. All right, guys, we'll see you in about 10 minutes, and I love you. Thank you. Thank you again, House of Dreams, for the raid. Appreciate it.
Yeah,
And,
thank you.
We'll see you guys in about 10. Welcome back, everybody, to Known Realms Tolesh. Angie, before we get started with this dream sequence, you can go ahead and take a long rest. I don't think you used anything, but just for the sake of being able to do it, go ahead and take a long rest.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I guess it depends on how active you and Cassandra were throughout the night, if it's a full long rest, or if there's a point of session. Oh, well! I'm joking. Could you imagine? Oh, you
It was
fucked
doing
last
it,
night? Well,
going to
actually,
sleep,
you get a short rest.
waking up, doing it again, going to sleep, waking
So
up.
So what you're saying is you didn't sleep for a full 8 hours.
I did sleep.
Leave them alone.
I kid. Echinacea.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
You settle in for a night's rest, and cast Dream. What does that look like? What's the setup?
Much like their previous castings, Echinacea is using flowers, and this is the first time using the flowers of the Scorched Isle. So I'd love Angie to know, and Alec to know what the flowers in this space are like, as they will have gone through the garden and gathered some that were just past their full bloom, right? Already like starting to fade and sort of like in that spirit of starting to just barely wilt, almost go back to sleep.
Angie, go ahead. Describe a couple of flowers here.
Yeah. I would say you see definitely a lot of hibiscus. And of course, everyone knows what that looks like, right? It's like the five petaled with the stems. You'll see red, you'll see white, you'll see pink. There is also a bird of paradise flowers. So it's these like almost they look kind of like lilies, but not as wide. It's almost like there's only one like lily petal with like a yellow stamen in the middle. And also sometimes they have like a little bit of like a purple coloring. And then there are trees. There is these trees that are full of these flowers in bloom. And it's not so much flowers as like the leaves themselves. But they're called flamboyants. And those flamboyant trees can be found scattered everywhere around the mountain area, and it is like there's red and there's yellow primarily.
Okay, in that case, I think Echinacea, wearing like one of the big poofy dresses that they've started to readopt, will like hold out one of the skirts and gather a bunch of the falling leaves from the flamboyants, and then gather hibiscus as well. So there's this very red bower of flowers that they lay themselves into. And as they set their spell book on their bedside table and trace the verbiage of the language of magic, the weave sort of pulls every bit of pollen from the petals as they float an inch or two into the air, and the pollen itself floats higher, and the scent in this room is this place is a garden. And Echinacea, as they fall into sleep, cannot help but think for a moment about Isteris, the gardener, and themselves as a gardener. And as the petals fall back down and Echinacea falls into the dream, they call out to Thandaril with an outstretched arm through the darkness of sleep. And in calling out to him, they say, "Build me something." And they will allow him to craft the dreamscape into which the two fall.
Okay. Before Echinacea sees Thandaril, they see something familiar crafted around them. Beautiful hardwoods, cherry stains, snow outside. The home they now remember from Illenbell being crafted around them, particularly a section that they now remember to be a sort of musical alcove that Lorien and Thandoril sometimes would sit and play music. Echinacea sitting in a large rocking chair and listening to them. There's a small little pillows on the floor seating arrangement with this little in-wall nook that you can lift and find different like sheet music and any sort of from plays you all three of you love, and just different pieces of music that mean something to all of you. And your hand is standing outstretched in this section of your home, and you feel a hand glide from your shoulder down to meet your hand behind you. Thandoril interlocking fingers, leaning over the left side of you and kissing you on your cheek, down your neck to your shoulder. Hello, my love.
And, and they just sink back into him and hold that hand tight and, in the manner of dreams, breathe more deeply than a person should and almost feel full of the space and the doing of it. I have so much to tell you, and I missed you so much.
His hands just completely wrap around them, just a tender embrace. Just, it isn't necessarily too long ago that you saw each other last, but even that bit of time is too long. He squeezes and finally spins to the front of you. I am excited to listen. You see the same black and silver hair falling, not up as you've seen it most recently, down and in these sort of loose waves toward the end. The salt and pepper 5 o'clock shadow, a bit more present than it was the last time you saw him. Those deep silver eyes of his. He is wearing genuinely like a night robe. Something that you recall him wearing at the house, after a long day. He'd very, very daintily put on his robe, would go about his nightly routine. So very far cry from what you saw in Cyberhome, where he was in his full accoutrements, and he is in full comfort mode with you here.
Echinacea takes a moment to revel in the memories, this new thing that they can revel in. And I think walking through those memories and the dream, linking arm in arm with Thandoril, they will go about explaining what has happened, and in doing so will pepper him with questions about what he's been up to. Whether or not he answers them or redirects is completely up to you, but they walk through the space, and by the end of a sort of promenade that they would take together, one through the garden, he knows everything. That the Magus Arcanum is after them, that Whistle has departed, all of it.
He doesn't deflect. He definitely leaves details out. I think it's easy enough for Echinacea to tell, particularly in the dream, that it's stuff he does not want to revisit right now. He's not running from the fact that it's happened. He very much doesn't want to sour this very treasured moment between the two of you. He has been hunting for items, particularly relics of old that could aid Kervaith in his journey. Ones that have been the source of his investigations. One second. Hold up the wrong equipment document.
Oh no! can't have more than one. You gotta consolidate.
Okay, so one of them, he's looking for an item called the Moonthorn Crown, which was a gift to the Winter Queen, or not the Winter Queen of Summer. I'm such a dumbass. The Queen of the Summer Court. A Sylvan thread mantle, which is said to be given to one Bonnie Lorethian, Bahni. And then the Blade of 1,000 Blossoms, which is a relic held by blade singers of old, direct students of Kervaith himself.
What does he want these things for, then?
He's beginning to become emboldened. He wants to amass power so that it cannot be used against him. He wants assurances. So, I am being tasked with seeking them out. Hoarding them for him.
Have you found any yet?
I'm taking my time.
I'm glad.
It's a
I'm
difficult thing.
sorry.
No, it's not your fault. It is a difficult thing to manage and navigate being ensorcelled, but there are loopholes. And I tend to take advantage of those.
You're very clever.
Try my best.
I will see you freed from his grasp.
As I will see you freed from the shadow of the Mage's Arcanum. Your friend, Whistle. I'm sorry.
I'm beginning to see a pattern.
Tell me about
People leave. Just that people leave.
Some do.
Yeah.
I've always... It took time to understand it, but those with shorter lives than us. Yeah. Their lives are short. And they care most often about themselves. They leave.
I don't think that's always true.
Not always. But it's common. And they tend to disappoint you.
Yeah, Echinacea is troubled by that. They think about the short-lived people who they surround themselves with, shorter than an elf anyway. I think Zio and Lucian especially. There's a worry that wasn't there before.
Mm.
And a worry that they try immediately to accept, you know. They have their own lives and they don't have to reciprocate Echinacea's aid, but in that, I think there is a bitterness. I keep putting off getting my memories. Or getting them back put off by virtue of attacking a Mage's Arcana member and having to run away, and I want them.
I know.
I want to remember who I am.
And seek them out. You are a person who sticks to their commitments. Make this one for yourself. For Aedwulf. But mostly for yourself. You deserve to be whole. What I learned last time, we were blessed to meet. You've already given so much of yourself to everyone else.
They still need help. Zio is going to be facing the Union of the Tranquil, or half of their members, and they need help. And Dolores, she was under a Gaius, and I don't know why. I mean, I kind of know why, but I don't know how to help her. And if we close the rifts, there's some unnamed thing out there. But I do want. I want.
Their goals are not more important than yours. You believe, and I say this because I was in the same position when I was much younger. You make commitments for them to stay close to you, to be of use. But then you always end up feeling empty, used up. You deserve to be whole. You deserve to seek it out. To fight for yourself.
When did you feel that way, Than?
Oh. Well, first met Lorien.
Why?
Because no one ever saw me. They always saw him. And so I worked to impress my commanding officers, to impress my fellow soldiers, to be of use, to be helpful. It didn't get me much. What did was standing on my own 2 feet and doing what I wanted, what I knew to be right. And I know you're capable of the same strength. To stand on your 2 feet and to march toward your destiny. Phoenixes often take some time to reforge themselves. And you are Ashborn. But you will be whole. Because you choose it. And you pursue it. I promise you this.
And I promise you will be restored. And And I know that I have to pursue my needs. But I will pursue this for you too. I do not need you to be of use. I simply want you to be you.
He just cups their face. And that is all I want for you. Is to be you in whatever beautiful and myriad shapes that takes. You and I are going to make a better world. Brighter world. A loving world. A world without strings on happiness. A world without all of this violence and manipulation.
I can see it in my mind's eye.
So can I. He kisses them deeply. And just, I know you will finish to what you committed to. Do not put yourself second anymore. Promise me.
Echinacea's eyes go wide. They don't know if they can make that promise and keep it, and they're unwilling to lie to him. And
At least promise to try.
I promise to try. I need to. I know you're right. I know you like hearing it. You're right.
He preens. Knowing it is the very important first step, my love. The next ones will be easier, lighter. To walk with purpose is to walk with strength. And you have a purpose.
Do I? I want to be whole. Does that constitute a purpose?
Yes. Yes, it does.
Well, Thandoril, you've given me much to think on.
Skilled
So-
at that.
You are. You really are.
You've given me much the same.
But if you don't mind, I'd like to spend our remaining hours thinking a little less.
He nods, drops the robe. You see a body full of tattoos as he pulls you to the bedroom and will fade to black there.
And as Echinacea wakes,
Mm.
there's just this moment of sunlight, and they imagine a world in which they and Thandoril and Lorien can share that space again.
And you can take
And it's
your
beautiful.
Long, it is.
I sleep.
You can take your long rest. Excellently done. Thank you. Okay. Everyone stirs in the morning. Zio, you are quickly awoken by your mother, who is like knocking on the wood outside your door. Zio, honey. Zio, good morning. You're muted, baby, in the Discord.
Zio immediately sits up, and it's like outside of their door.
Yeah.
Or they're like, "Don't come in."
I wasn't going to.
Immediately, just kind of like, Gives Sandra a kiss.
He's
Just like,
conked. He's gone.
Yeah, and then just kind of
That man is
puts
hung
on the first thing they can find, and kind of peek their head out. Yeah, hello.
There's someone here to see you.
Ooh.
Thero, the Kariki. Thero Kiss. Quiss.
Why is the Kariki wanting to speak to me?
They have. Word travels fast. And they wanted to thank you personally for your actions to protect the Isle.
Okay, I'll come down.
And just to talk, why are you nervous?
Okay. I think I'm allowed to be a little bit nervous when the literal leader of our island is here to speak to me.
We all elected him. He's old and nice, and it's fine.
Yeah, he's very well respected. Exactly.
And then Zio will close the door and get dressed.
Doof. Okay.
Yeah.
You get dressed.
Mm-hmm.
You come downstairs.
Yeah.
And already in your home is a very tall, older person, they, he pronouns, this Luzanari individual, which the Scorched Isle knows a vast range of heritages. So this is an individual who is part human and part lizard folk. They sort of have the large, sort of like bulbing throat of an iguana with a more like saurian head, but it kind of like sleek and humanoid, but also reptilian. So if you imagine, like, there's a particular alien race in Doctor Who.
I think I know what you're talking about.
Yeah.
The detective is one. What's her name?
Yes, exactly, that one.
From the Christmas special.
Correct. Yes.
From one of the Christmas specials.
Yes. With Matt Smith's Doctor. Yes. But wearing this high collared set of robes with these beautiful mantle of flowers and holding a gnarled staff. They're old. They're probably in their 80s. And they're accompanied by so yes, this is Thero Kiss, the Kariki of Takul, and he is accompanied by Inali Dewhold, she they pronouns, who is a mix of elf and furbolg. Very slender, but the face is almost akin to something like a mix between a fox and a humanoid. The ears are long, covered in fur. There's like this very short coat that covers their entire body. She is the Mae of medicine rituals and envoy to the Council of Elders.
Okay.
Thero stands and just... See you. It is good to know when an Anakin returns home.
Hello, Theros. It's very good to see you.
It is wonderful to see you, lad. How are you? You look worried.
Been a little bit nervous about being woken up by my mom saying, "Oh, the Kariki, the Cool is here to see you."
Have you gotten up to any trouble? That would be the only reason you have to be worried about me.
Well, I was always up to trouble when I was younger.
Yes. I remember Madam Mint constantly calling me about you, rifling through her garden. She is well, by the way.
Olive liked her herbs.
Olive does like the herbs of Madam Mint, as do most people of Takul.
That's true.
I just wanted to come here and personally thank you, CEO, along with Inali. Inali sort of deep bow to you. Hello, Nanikan. It's good to see
Hello,
you.
Nanikan.
And I am glad you're well. Welcome home.
Thank you.
Give me an insight check on Inali.
Yeah.
Everyone's like, this one's
I think
weird.
Why's the vibe off?
Yeah, that I think more specifically with Anali. it's
Yeah,
also
dude.
the
Pharaoh
fact
is just
that-
a cute little old man.
Yeah.
An
It was
elder
insight, you said?
queer, if you will. Yes.
Oh, natural 20 for a 28.
Natural 20!
It becomes clear. There's no negative emotion. When they say welcome home, they genuinely mean it. There's no like malice toward Yuzio with a natural 20. There is a very deep well of curiosity, however, given certain events, and you know she is tied directly to the Council of Elders.
Yeah.
Someone spoke to them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whistle spoke
Yep.
to them.
So you imagine she may have questions about that. But right now, it is time for thank yous and appreciations.
Pleasantries.
Pleasantries, exactly. Pharaoh, from what I heard from your father, it was a difficult fight.
We made it in just in time to help. Out of curiosity, has there been any word from other islands about similar things happening?
Nothing as of yet, but we've heard word on the coastlines, particularly Tatahi and Obilda. We've been made aware of odd movement in the night, circling the coastlines. Some say it looked like a
Horse.
yes.
Yes. Well, tread carefully with those. They're called Alwainar. They are ancient creatures of the elemental plane of water.
Yes, I'm familiar. What do the Ilwainar grace our shores for?
Well, I can't entirely say.
Can't as in you don't know, or you're not willing to share information, Anakin?
I'm not willing to share information right now because I don't have all the answers.
I can respect that. But, once you do, it is my responsibility to keep our family safe. And the best ways I can do that is to be as informed as possible. As I'm sure you understand.
Well, how much information do you need regarding someone from our very own island working towards a potential cataclysmic event?
Oma.
Great, so you're aware.
I know she's been causing trouble for quite some time.
That's an understatement, Kariki.
I am starting to understand that. You two were close.
It's not just trouble. Yeah, she was like, I don't know, a babysitter for some time, would come around and
But now she
sit at our
wishes to
table,
sow
eat our
destruction.
food. Yeah, pretty much.
We can't have that.
Yeah, Yes, but she's of this island. And she's one of us.
Hmm.
And yet she's used her strength and abilities to manipulate and use people. And I can, from personal experience, it's not anyone on this island.
Outside influences.
Absolutely.
Hmm.
Related to the Owinar.
So what I'm gathering is that she's working with these primordial forces, looking to sow chaos in our home.
Not just her home. I think it goes beyond.
Whew.
She's starting off with us, I think. But
Well, if I see
again,
her, if I hear word of her, I will try my best to intercept.
Zia looks to Anali
Hmm.
as well.
all of this, I think it's important for the council to know. I just don't want... I think Oma has just been led astray. Maybe she hasn't. Maybe she really is just like that.
You wish for redemption, or atonement.
I wish for her to make the choices that she needs to make, knowing that what is happening to her is a manipulation. I've been warned of her repeatedly by people, being told that she has her own machinations.
Well, her fate will ultimately be decided by the council. It is up to their grace and wisdom to do so. As they've chosen to do with your ally.
How is Whistle?
And I will say, just to kind of converge scenes here, Echinacea will have you move into the main house so that you can have this information on Whistle as well.
Mm-hmm.
Having discovered that there's hibiscus here, Echinacea has made like sorrel tea and
Perfect.
has like a pot of it and comes in and is like, oh, thank goodness I made much. And they'll pour for everyone.
Oh, good morning, everyone.
Morning.
This is Dr. Echinacea Belrose from the mainland. Echinacea, this is our Kariki, who essentially like our kind of like a village leader.
Yes, like a chieftain.
Chieftain, yes.
It's a
This
pleasure.
is
Hello.
Theros Kiss, and Inali, who is Maya. Maya is
Like an advisor to the Kariki.
yes, Maya is an advisor, and they are also an envoy for the Council of Elders.
Oh, house whistle.
Just in time.
We were just
I
about
just
to,
asked the same
to
question.
go into that, my dear. It is a pleasure to meet you, Dr. Belrose.
Likewise. Please have some tea.
Oh, thank you very much. You and your group, if Egret, correct? Did some good work in the northern reaches of our isle. Some 85 years ago.
That's just outside of my time. Wait, timeline. Do I have it?
You do not.
I have it? Fuck me. I am so glad.
Do you need records of these? I can supply them.
Yes, please.
Ah, of course.
Is that why my teleportation circle?
Yes.
Oh,
We helped install one so that, the Belarus Medical Institute could offer any aid we would need. There was a rush of illness that met a lot of communities here, and you and your doctors were instrumental to healing a lot of people.
I'm very glad. I don't know if these two can read it, but Zio sees this like flash of embarrassment and shame as like Echinacea, having just come out of that dream with Vanderil, feeling unable to promise that they would pursue their memories, is now feeling like, another thing I don't remember that would probably be good to know and helpful and useful. And like, yeah, there's just that moment of shame. They'll, thank you. They'll like find a corner.
Yeah, and he'll just say, "There's a shrine to Minri there in your honor."
Thank you.
Of course. Inali looks. Your friend, Whistle. Yes. He has subjected himself to the Council's will. And he will serve this isle for the term of the next 10 years. And aid it. A lenient term of time, given the decades of war and death brought to us by him and his own. He will tend to this isle's needs, to its people, and help those grow and live. He will foster life. He will be given a home, a job, and he will work to atone.
And his husband
is with him.
Oh.
Bound to be a wedding ring. By their own recommendation. Is this not an acceptable outcome?
I don't find it particularly acceptable, but it's not up to me.
The mainland would have killed him. Would have
I
locked
am
him
not
away.
criticizing. I'm not criticizing you. I'm suggesting that Nikolai Vorkoda, who did nothing to the people of the Scorched Isle, doesn't deserve to be bound into a wedding ring for a decade. But
he was the blade who cleaved into our men. And he refused to leave Whistle. I assure you, it was his choice, not one placed upon him falsely. It was an offer made by Nikolai Vorkoda. Give me an insight check here.
sure. I think Echinacea right now finds the words hollow and isn't going to really say much more than that.
Mm-hmm.
That is a nat 20.
Okay. It's very clear that Inali wishes for a harsher sentence for Nikolai. Or not for Nikolai, for Whistle, excuse me. But yes.
Echinacea can't blame Anali for that, so they're not going to. But they didn't say anything about Whistle. They were talking about someone else.
Mm-hmm.
And so I think they let that hang.
Yeah, makes sense. Inali looks to Thero. It would be helpful for the council to have information regarding these Ilwainar and their plans once you feel you have a better grasp on your information, Zio.
Yeah. I think Zio has been listening to this in a very sort of like somber, with a very somber expression.
Yeah.
Knowing that, that their mind had also immediately gone to Nikolai and to how prior to all of this they had been discussing and thinking about ways to try and find a body for him. And this is one of those things where like Zio doesn't even have a reach of an idea.
An idea to posit, yeah.
Yeah.
Our question for both of you, is there an attempt to mask any emotion here? Okay.
No.
Inali continues to talk about the importance of information making it to the council, the importance of keeping the community safe by ensuring that the wisdom of the council is not questioned, and very much falling into a diatribe here, essentially lecturing all of you on the importance of making sure the council is aware. But both of you here in your mind, do I have your permission to connect this way? I have just a couple questions. The voice of Thero broaching into your mind.
I love him. He's just like, just let her talk.
This bitch
Let her
talk.
go.
Yeah.
And we're just kind of like,
Uh-huh. So,
You have my consent.
okay.
Yep.
Welcome. Hello. I apologize profusely for Inali. She was one harshly affected by the attacks of the Legionnaires. It is a sensitive topic, but it is not lost on me, a person who has made it their responsibility to empathize with all people here, that the conclusion come to is not one you're happy with, particularly as it relates to this Nikolai. What I ask as a public servant here is, what can I do for you to make it so that justice is given and fairness resolves?
Zio, their eyes flick over to Echinacea while they're still trying to like stay staring forward, as they speak in this mind link.
I personally would like confirmation from Nikolai that he's okay with this. If Nikolai is okay with this, if he's okay with staying as the band, and I mean that it means he stays with Whistle. It makes sense that he wants to stay with Whistle, but it's still kind of not fair that he would also not have a way to get out of it.
Ultimately, it's not my choice that matters. I merely worry that the situation itself may coerce Nikolai into making a choice that he doesn't want for himself. We have been seeking a means of bringing him back to his body. And because of the state of things, much traditional magic is insufficient.
I understand. That is deeply complicated. What I can assure you of is that your opinions matter. You know Nikolai and Wessel better than we all do. So the commitment I make to you now is to seek them both out and to communicate with them, to gauge their wishes and confirm them on my own, as is my responsibility for everyone under my protection. I may not understand it, but they are your allies, and I will honor that.
You're very kind, Kariki.
Thank you, Doctor. I will see to it as soon as we are done here. She is still talking. Just nod every once in a while.
I appreciate that she must have been through much, and I don't begrudge her any of it.
I will confirm with you all in the next few days. It will take me some time to travel north. I do appreciate your patience with me. I am slower to move. I'll do what I can.
Thank you.
Of course. The womp, 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 womp comes to an end from Anali. So that would be greatly appreciated. Understood?
Completely.
Completely. Well. See and celebrate. Oh, go ahead.
Oh, I was going to ask, at any point, does Isandro come into the...
I'm going to be so
God,
for real.
okay.
He saw the Kariki come in and he went, I'm going to stay outside. He doesn't want to deal with that quite yet.
Yeah, that's fair.
And like, there's the understanding of the conversation being had. And he's also like, now it's not the time. I'm not going to throw this in there as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
But Thero does to thank all of you for your efforts to keep Bildaguatu safe and therefore the Isle protected. We would like to host a feast in your honor tonight.
Oh.
Madam Mint
parties.
will be making her special desserts.
What a
I
name.
can't say no then.
No, you cannot. She will be excited to see you. Oh, you'll love Madam Mint. She is a pillar of this community.
Ah. Thank you very much.
Of course. Well, prepare yourselves for the day, and I will get out of your hair. Or fins. He stands up, very tall, probably about 7 feet tall, quite lanky, as they sort of, Iolus, Zeomara, Always a pleasure. Opens the door for Anali. They very delicately bow to you all. Thank you. Anali leaves. Thera looks between both of you, winks, except it's sideways because lizard.
Yeah.
So it's like
Incredible.
and then Thera leaves.
Well, what did Inali say? Mom, Dad?
I tuned
Hardly.
out.
Okay, we were distracted.
So, you didn't tell them about the Tranquil? You don't want to? Or you do want to? You just want to
They-
know more?
They know tangentially some of the stuff with the Tranquil. They know specifically about Alma. I don't want panic to be brought to us, especially during this time. But hopefully with the warning about Alma and the Elminar and everything, they'll still keep things to a certain degree of heightened security.
You know you're home. I trust you.
Yeah. Well, I'm hungry. It was the first thing. We just show up and we haven't even had breakfast.
Yeah. What do you guys want to do with the day? I will say NPC wise, Lorian, Kaylin, Lucian, and Dorlin want to go into town and just like look around, explore a bit. Lorian hasn't been here since Echinacea's been here last. It's been a long time. Things have changed. He's excited to explore it. Lucian's never been. Kaylin's never been. Dorlin has not been for quite a long time. So there's an excitement to like just see what's changed and really take in the village of Takul. Isandro kind of is up to do whatever you want to do, Zio. He's more interested in staying in laying low. Casimir is preparing a lesson plan for Dorlin, and Helitis is hanging out with your parents. Uldiel is fucking just locked into the garden. She wants to know every flower that exists here, and she wants to understand how to take care of it. She wants to understand how to grow it. So she's doing a lot of talking with Xiomara as well. Christoph? Christoph is probably going to jump in with the boys. Let's be so fucking for real.
Boys' day out.
Boys' day!
I think Zio actually will try and go find Wit.
Okay.
Because I know he's been gone since last night.
Yep. So you will make your way out. Your mom will give you this wine skin filled with like a cold herbal tea, like an iced tea. It's supposed to be really hot today, so take that with you, and don't forget water from the well.
Thank you.
Yep.
Will do. Thank you.
Love you.
Love you.
Gives you a kiss, and you make your way out to find Wit. Echinacea, what are you doing?
Echinacea will head out with their brother and the boys.
Brother
I
and the
think-
boys?
The brother and all the fellas, we're all going into town. Echinacea is like, I can't fucking remember when I was here, so I'm also new. There is a moment after the Kariki left where Echinacea just says into their mind to Aedwulf, I will never put you in a position like that Nikolai is in.
I know.
I will never forego getting your body back.
Echinacea. I know. Even when I did not know your mind as deeply as I do now, I knew. I trust you. And I feel that fire in you after talking with Thandril. He was right. And I know you know it. We are going to be whole. These frustrations, he just gestures to like the table in your mind the conversation just had. They are momentary. They hurt, but they will not be forever. I swear it. For both of us.
In their mind palace, where Aedwulf has his form, Echinacea clasps that shadowy hand. The hurt is not forever. Wholeness will be. I kiss his hand.
Let's go. They're getting ahead.
Oh, God, my legs are so little. No.
We're so small. Wee! Okay. Yep, you're running forward. Zio, give me an investigation check.
Oh. Drink some water?
What happened?
Okay. Probably swallowed and went down the wrong pipe.
Oh, no.
Yeah.
Something just tickled me and it rocked me, ruined me. But yes, give me an investigation.
Yeah, investigation. I think Zio's gonna goes to the hammocks in the treehouse on the first floor, looking around.
Okay, yeah.
It's an 11 though, so not good.
No, you called my bluff. He's right there. Damn it.
Oh.
And so my plan was to have him covered with foliage, but you went right to it, and I'm like, well, shit. All right, you find him. Shit. He's sleeping.
It's like, because that's where he said he was gonna sleep.
Yeah.
So it's just like that's where Zio would go first of all.
You see him still kind of conked out, pretty still, but like it becomes clear over the couple of minutes you're here. He's beginning to stir.
Zio's going to grab a couple pebbles and
throw rocks at him.
Just throwing little pebbles.
Bitch!
Just trying to like get him to wake up.
Do you actually?
This is their love language, Alec.
Yeah.
It's very just like the tiniest pebbles. It's just like it's more so a nuisance than it is supposed to hurt.
Yeah.
And never like aiming at like the chest, like the torso area, just to kind of like the idea of like a mosquito or like a fly buzzing around.
You hit him. He's like, what? Fuck off. Stop.
No.
What the fuck do you want, Little Horns?
Good.
Why are you throwing rock? Angie's like, they just got hit with the horny gun. Pew,
Yeah.
Pew, pew. That's the sound the horny gun makes, by the way.
Yeah.
Good morning. There's a feast that's going to be put together in the island today.
Good.
In our honor. I know you weren't there, but, you know, you're invited too.
For what? For what happened before?
Yeah, what happened to us over at Bildaguatu with the Alwinar and the salamanders.
Okay. I mean, I'm not gonna say no to a feast. I'm hungry.
Yeah, it's later. It looks like there's a group of folks going down to the village. And I don't know if you'd want to go too.
Do what?
A whole lot of nothing. Eat food, look at the sights, talk to people.
Talk to
buy
people?
stuff. Yeah.
I try very hard to avoid that.
I think you're talking to me now.
I know. So much good the Trine's doing me.
How's, How was your last night?
I scared some old lady. On accident.
Oh,
not
no.
on purpose, but She thought Mother's heart was erupting.
Oh no.
Obviously, it wasn't. I calmed her down.
Maybe we can find the old lady and you can give her an additional apology.
I already apologized. Why would I do it again?
Sometimes it's nice to kind of, double tap.
I calmed her down and I was there till she stopped crying.
Oftentimes people appreciate follow through.
I did. She stopped crying.
Okay.
I don't understand what more you want from me.
just
Social
an idea.
norms? I don't get it. Polite.
That's why I'm trying to give you ideas.
Okay. Counter idea.
Uh-huh.
We wait till the sun goes down. And
Okay.
I really make it look like the volcano is about to erupt.
Can I come this time? Can I join you when you go expel everything out?
Want to?
I'm offering because that way you won't be alone. But
You
only
know
if
me.
you're
I
comfortable.
like being alone. That's why I'm asking, do you want to? Because you don't have to.
I don't have to, but I want to because I want to give you company so that you're not alone.
Okay. Sure.
Okay.
You can watch me blow shit up.
I'll join you then. I'll
should
also...
Start with that old lady's house.
No, we're not
I'm
going to blow up her house.
joking. I'm kidding. I'm joking. I'm a little jokester.
Very funny. Here. And then hangs over the water skin with the tea.
Oh, yeah. That's good.
It's good?
You can almost hear like the sizzle as it goes down like his throat. Yeah, it's good.
You like it?
Yeah, it's good.
My mom made it.
Your mom's hot.
She literally just stands there like,
Well, you know where you get it from.
what is that? What
What?
does that mean?
What does that mean? What? People are attractive, Zio.
Are you saying that I am...
Yes. Are you...
Say what you mean you're saying. Say what you
I
mean
did.
you're saying.
I said what I meant I was saying.
No, you didn't. You talked around it,
Your
which is a thing that you
mom
do.
is hot.
Yes.
She is obviously where you get your good looks from. Is that plain common enough for you?
And Zia's face just bursts into lavender blush.
Anyways, you can meet us at the house if you want to join us.
Oh, come on,
in the
little
village.
horns. Does it really take that little to get you going?
You are confusing, and I don't know how to react around you. So
How do
yeah,
you-
it is.
How do you want to react? What's your gut tell you?
Well, there's a couple ways that I have in mind, but I don't know if that's right. I don't know if that's okay right now.
Yeah, we should go to town.
Okay. Yeah, let's go to town. Oh,
Lead the way, little horns.
Zio fucking runs off.
This is bullying.
Zio runs off with the intent on, I need to find Echinacea.
Checking above table.
Oh, no.
Angie, was that fine for you? Was that okay?
Oh, that's perfect for me.
It's been a long time coming. He's so mean to them, though.
Perfect. It's perfect for me. I think Zio is just, this has been so long
I'm just making
coming
sure.
that
Yeah.
Zio was like, I need to steal that letter back from him. And then now this morning he's out here flirting. And it's like, what the fuck?
All right. And that's where we will transition to Echinacea. You are running to find the boys. You're not quite to the part of the village that is super busy. You're kind of winding through these paths that are heavily covered by canopies made of very colorful linens and greenery. So like bushels and trees and things like that. Give me a quick perception check as you're looking for everybody.
We've got to. Okay, Adewolf, here's the thing. What we have to do is we have to find Lucian, and then we have to steal something from Lucian.
Oh,
and
this
then
is
we have
good.
to leave the IOU. I have the IOU written already. Wow, I rolled a 7 on my perception.
I know what we're going to steal from him.
What?
I need you to make a dexterity saving throw at disadvantage, please.
Why at disadvantage?
Because you do not see it coming.
9?
Echinacea. You feel a cold set of hands wrap around your mouth, cover your eyes, and 2 more grab your wrists, keeping your fists closed. The book on your hip is grabbed, and you feel yourself pulled into the greenery before you can make it back to the group. As the agents of the Winter Court
Damn it. You're fast.
have found you and have taken you.
What the fuck?
And we end our session proper there as we quick flash back to the treehouse, where Dolores' body sits encased in void steel. Politis and Io watching over it. Io, look! Look! The metal begins to crack as a bright blue flame begins to emit out. And that's where we're going to call our session for tonight.
Echinacea!
Oh no.
I have to find Echinacea! Meanwhile, Echinacea...
It's like, I was just about to come find you to tell you that he said I'm attracted.
I would love to kiki with you. I am getting kidnapped.
No! Getting Kiki kidnapped!
Kiki kidnapped! Oh no.
So, I want to give some above table context. Button is not going to be with us for the next few weeks. They're going to be taking a well-deserved vacation. Spending some time away. Well-deserved. Get that rest and vacation, baby. So we'll...
It's not going to be restful, but thank you.
But hey, you won't be doing work shit.
That's true.
But Echinacea will be gone for the next couple weeks. Dolores will be back next week, and we will have a little find Echinacea contend with what the Isle and What to Cool presents. So, yeah. Alrighty. Before we head out for the night, let's go ahead and outro our players, starting with Button.
Hello, I'm Button. My pronouns are they, them. I'm Bluebluebutton on social media. I have been playing Echinacea Belrose, who decided just in time that they're going to advocate for themselves. Immediately got kidnapped, it's fine.
Yoink.
I'm also in an upcoming project on this channel, and when I'm not here, you can find me over on Stealthy Elf Productions, where I play Cressida in Unearthed Inheritance, I play Sugarpea in Outlaws of Alkenstar, and I play Amanita in New World Rebellion.
Thank you, Button, and enjoy being kidnapped.
Thank you.
You're
I love
welcome.
it.
And last but not least, Angie.
Hi, everybody. My name is Angie. Angie Gone. They, them pronouns. Agonethetic on the internet. I have been playing Zio Marino. He, their pronouns. Who is having crush issues?
Feelings.
Where it's like, this is happening really quickly. I thought it was going to take a little bit longer, is what Zio's mind is going through right now. You can find me here every Sunday, of course, but also keep an eye out over on a channel called Dicescape over on YouTube on May 15th. The start of a Daggerheart campaign, The Last Arcanist, is going to be released with origin stories, 6 original origin stories, following the characters that a bunch of us are going to be playing, and you'll get to see me and my character in there.
Hell,
I'm very
I
excited.
got to see a hat. It was awesome.
It's very good. Yeah.
Yep.
You guys check it out.
I don't wear a hat in that origin story, but I am going to be wearing a hat for episode 1, which is going to be a while from now.
Ayo.
Yes.
Thank you, guys. Lou is obviously not here with us. She was a cocoon this evening. But you can find Lou at Luzalia_art on Blue Sky and Instagram. She's an incredible friend, an incredible artist, and we missed her dearly this week, but we will see her next week. I'm Alec. My pronouns are he, him. You can find me all places on the internet at Tales Archived. The Archivist here for No Realms Tolesh. I produce stuff. I run other games. There will be more stuff coming to Tales Archived soon. And then when I'm not here, you can find me over at Stealthy Elf Productions. I play Fenris in Heroes of Asteria Unearthed Inheritance, whose, if I do say so myself, accent has been fairly consistent over the last few weeks.
You haven't been Kaelin once.
Haven't been Kaelin once. Save that for Sunday nights. And then I played Rim in New World Rebellion. Every Wednesday, for the next set of weeks, I believe it's another 5, you can see me as Sterling, darling, the trickster in Not For Sale, a Thirsty Sword Lesbians mini campaign. It's been a lot of fun so far. 2 of us are smitten, and it's only going to get gayer, folks. You can check that out over on Starcrawl. So, yeah, thank you guys for hanging out, and we'll see you next week for Chapter 106. Hang on for a raid. Bye!
Goodbye!